So this morning, we're having an executive session on House Bill 1037 and other bills that we're ready to vote on. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move Amendment 0071H to House Bill 1037.
Okay. Is there a second? Thank you,
Second.
Representative Marsh. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. At the time that we had the hearing and discussed this bill, I heard from members of the committee that they felt the line "for informational purposes only" was not necessary, and that members of the committee preferred to leave the language in order to ensure transparency. So that's all that this amendment does, and I had promised that I would produce it, and here it is.
Thank you for doing as you said. Representative Marsh, do you wish to speak to your second?
I'm content with what's been said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The amendment in the bill does absolutely nothing to change anything that is going to happen with this information. And, you know, taking out the verbiage for informational purposes only does not change the reason why you're actually still giving the information. And I will not be supporting the amendment because it does absolutely nothing.
Thank you. Other comments? In that case, the motion is to pass amendment number
0071.
0071H. All right. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
No.
Thank you. Representative Rhodes votes no. Clerk votes no. Representative Pearson.
I'm going to vote no.
Representative Yakubovich.
Not here yet.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I have that. Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
This
Not
is
here.
Representative Horrigan substituting for Representative
Oh.
O'Brien, so I vote yes.
That's right.
And the chair.
And
Yes.
Wish I'd been here for the caucus. There are 4 noes. There are abundant yeses.
13
2,
4.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 4.
The vote is 13 to 4, so the amendment passes. We do have 2 absences, Representative Fontenot and Yakubovich. So, Representative Schuett, you have a motion.
sure, I will move ought to pass with amendment.
Is there a second? Representative Marsh. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Well, I think it's pretty much what I said about the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Representative Marsh, you're nodding in agreement. Okay. Is there any discussion? Representative Pearson.
Again, at the end of the day, this does not change the governor's day in any way, in any form. It doesn't change what the governor's office, whoever that governor may be, does. It doesn't change the way they do anything with information whatsoever. So it really, to me, serves no purpose at all.
Okay, anyone else? Representative Judy, do you wish to speak, or you? No, okay, thank you.
Who made the
Representative Schuett made the motion. It was seconded by Representative Marsh.
again? Okay.
And, okay, anyone else? Seeing none. All right, the motion is ought to pass with amendment. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
No.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
No.
Representative Santonastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grota. Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
5, 12-5, I guess.
Do I?
And?
I'm sorry. Oh, damn it all. God.
No.
Oh. 12-6. Damn it. No, 11-6.
11-6, thank you. That's the same, should be the same number as the previous. The motion is 11-6.
Put the bill number on there. Get the bill number.
With that vote, I don't think we should put it on consent, although I'd love to, and I must say I'm rather I'm rather disappointed that we bothered to pass this bill after amending it, but. All right. On House Bill 1062, there is an amendment, which is, I believe it's been passed around. You have it, okay. That amendment removes one section of the bill which was thought to be inappropriate, and I had to agree, so I've come up with an amendment to delete I'm moving ought to pass that amendment. Is there a second? Thank you, Representative Marsh. Okay. And at the hearing, this bill simply deletes some of the advisory committee responsibilities so that they're done by the OPLC. Part 2 would delete the rulemaking authority over the content and conduct of the examinations. And I tend to, after it was pointed out to me, I tend to agree that's exactly what we want rules for. The content of the exam and what the practical exam is. So the amendment simply deletes Part 2.
Agreed.
Okay. Representative Marsh, do you wish to speak to your second?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak? Representative Schuett?
I just have a question. By removing that section, and I'm not looking at the original language, does that leave the rulemaking as it currently is in law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. As amended, this only changes the specific responsibility of the advisory board over the examinations. Okay. That's amendment number
0211H.
Okay. Yes, Representative Fellows.
So in the part that we're keeping, which is in section A, one of the things that's deleted is the committee has been responsible for determining applicant performance on the competency exam. Can you shed any light on how that was done and how the director of OPLC will do it now?
I believe that the difference is that they are evaluating the scores. This will allow OPLC to contract with an outside professional organization to conduct the exams. So, yeah. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing forward this amendment. It was myself that brought this change to your attention, and I'm glad to see that you had this amended out because I had concerns with removing content and conduct in there. And so I thank you for that, and I'll be supporting this.
Anyone else? Comments? Okay, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0211H to House Bill 1062, made by me, seconded by Representative Marsh. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, then, I move that we adopt House Bill 1062 as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
And I'm not going to say anything more. Representative Schmidt?
Same thing.
Is there any discussion? Representative Goley?
Just real briefly, Madam Chair, during the testimony, making this advisory, I asked a specific question as to whether the executive director would be in consultation with the boards when they hire out for these exams, and it was stated that they would, and if that could be in the committee report, that would be great, just so we have some record that that discussion took place here during the committee. I would appreciate it.
Thank you, that's a good point. This is and has been an advisory board for a while, but definitely they should be well consulted before anything on the exam.
May I just make one comment?
Representative Schuett?
I did appreciate the statement that you made during the hearing on the bill, and would hope that you could incorporate some of that into the statement on passage, because that definitely establishes legislative intent that OPLC should just be administrative and the technical part should go to the board. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is clearly an issue that we have discussed on several other bills, and being on the record is not just, when we say, for the record, I'm so-and-so and so-and-so, that's a formality, but the reality is we have to establish this idea that the executive, that the OPLC is going to be the chief administrative end of things, and that the stakeholders are the experts on the substance of their profession, and we want the OPLC to be on the record and to establish that firmly. So this is a good idea. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, in that case, the motion is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1062. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
And the chair. Yes. Looks like it's the same 18-0.
Okay, that's 18-0. Does anyone object to consent? Okay, we will put that one on consent. Representative Yakubovich, you have a motion on House Bill 1581.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. I would like to pass the amendment number. I handed it out last week. It is the amendment 0192H to 1581.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Blackus, second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. This is something we did in the subcommittee. The five of us voted, well, unanimously to move forward with this amendment. We consulted with the sponsor and the director of IT, and this, we believe, is the proper role for the bill right here in the amendment. We are modifying only one section, one sentence, and this is what the amendment shows.
Okay, thank you. Representative Blackus, do you wish to speak to it?
That's fine. No.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion?
Amendment number.
Madam Chair, could you
Yes.
just repeat the amendment number?
0192H.
Okay,
It
that
was
is the one
passed
that I
around
had. Thank you.
last, week.
Do we have an extra copy? I don't seem to have one.
Bill, what's the bill number?
I'm sorry? Any other comments, discussion, questions? I'd like to thank the subcommittee for coming up with such an elegant solution to these two bills. Nice job. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0192H to House Bill 1581, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
And the chair. Yes. Sounds like 18-0.
And you have a motion?
Yes, OTPA on 1581, please.
I'll second as well again.
I think
Is there any more discussion? Apparently not. Okay. In that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1581, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santanastasa?
Yes.
Representative Goley?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Yes.
Representative Judy?
Oui.
Representative Schmidt?
Yes.
Representative Marsh?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Groden?
Yes.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
And the chair?
Yes.
18-0.
Does anyone object to consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll put that one on consent. All right. Representative Pearson, you have a motion on House Bill 1123.
I do, and I want to begin by mentioning that this was initially thought that we would handle this in a subcommittee, but really after looking at it and the testimony, it seems appropriate to do this without it. So my motion is an ITL on 1123.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Representative Rhodes got in first. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do, thank you, Madam Chair. We had ample testimony as to how the state currently handles its purchase, its bidding process, and its overall opinion of biofuels. And what we learned from that testimony is that that is a robust and ongoing process that the state is currently under in reference to the use, purchase, bidding, and desire to use biofuels. So taking the testimony of the Department of Transportation in reference to what is outlined in 1123, what became glowingly obvious is that we're already doing it. So frankly, that makes 1123 unnecessary in the sense that the DOT is pretty much already doing this. And that pretty much sums up the occurrence of the state versus 1123.
Representative Rhodes, do you wish to speak to your second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything more to add that was already said by Mr. Representative Pearson.
All right, is there any comments, discussion? Representative Fellows?
I would just like to say that I'm glad we heard this bill because I learned a lot about biofuels, because I think it's a great idea to use biofuels, but we heard why it's so difficult, primarily because if you have a truck that and you're going to fill the fuel that's with 10% biofuels, then you can only deliver it to people who want that 10% mix. So I agree with the ITL, but I'm glad we heard this bill.
Thank you, Representative Fellows. Other comments? Representative Sytek?
I'll have what she's having.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I spoke with my local fuel distributorship about the subject, and it's pretty clear that what people have been saying up to this point is the case, that this is, A, it's being done by the state, and B, this is an ongoing situation, a developing situation, but it ain't there yet statewide, and I believe Representative Samsich said that he spoke with his fuel oil distributor, and the person said, find me 30 more people and I'll handle it. And I've arranged that with one of the leadership over at my fuel oil distributorship, and he said, I'd be happy to speak with your delegation about this subject because it is something you need to know more about, but it's not ready for prime time in this area, at least not over on the seacoast. So this bill is not necessary.
Anyone else? And I'd have to say that I agree that the state is already looking into biofuels, but the bill as written doesn't do very much to enforce that looking, so I think it's somewhat redundant to existing statute. Anyone
Nail's
else?
already flat.
Exactly. All right, seeing no other questions, the motion is ITL by Representative Pearson and House Bill 1123. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Hargan.
No.
Okay, 16-2. Oh, and the chair, sorry.
17
It's still 16-2.
No, 17.
Oh, do we?
16?
18, yes, 16-2.
Yes, because we're still short one member, so it would be 16 to 2. Representative Marsh, oh, actually, is there any objection to consent? No, okay. We'll put this one on consent. Okay, and I think we can get, and Representative Pearson, you have a motion on House Bill 1590.
I do, Madam Chair. I would like to make the motion of giving folks a second to find it. To 1590, yep, to ITL 1590.
Second.
Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do, thank you, Madam Chair. The concept brought forward in this bill is, while some may argue may have some merit in the overall concept, the practical reality of this is extraordinarily more complicated. And there, frankly, the person that brought this forward really had no concept of that at all in terms of what the complications are, and was frankly not even familiar with how the retirement system's funded. So this would, the problems that this would create are too large to agree to put this into any sort of statute. And I'm not going to go down the road of what the multitude of problems are, but it's, as we all saw in the testimony and the back and forth, that there are multiple substantial elements that would have to be included with this in order to make it even somewhat feasible, and they're just not here. So that's why my recommendation is, or my motion is ITL.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just add that there currently is in statute a way for these cities and towns to withdraw if they so choose. So there's no need of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Marsh.
Yes, I want to echo Representative Goley that towns can withdraw from the retirement system upon payment of the current unfunded balance, actuarially determined. So I don't think this bill is necessary.
Anyone else? I'd like to add that clause has been in statute for decades. No municipality has ever withdrawn from the retirement system because the ones that thought about it looked at the costs and decided they couldn't afford it. So as long as it's already in statute, I don't think this bill adds anything to existing law. Yes.
Yes, I will vote no on the ITL because I do believe the town should have an option, a better option to withdraw if they no longer value the system. Thank you.
Representative Broda.
I'm going to vote on the ITL motion because although towns do have the ability to leave the system, they shouldn't leave without paying their debt.
Blackus.
I'm going to vote for the ITL. I understand what they're trying to do, and I have some sympathy, but the bill did not include anything about them paying the UAAL, and that's a problem.
Yes, thank you, and I'd like to mention that the cost for 1 year for the for the employees is going to be significantly less than the amount required to pay off the UAAL for those retirees. It would be something on the order of 18 times as much plus interest. So I'm not sure that I think that the towns that are asking for this would have the same issue. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things I think is the real danger with this is that if you get a warrant article to do this in a particular town, you might start a brush fire that would run out of control before people really understand what they're letting themselves in for, and that now you've got something that they really don't want to do, even if they think they want to do. So.
Representative Pearson.
I just want to also add to remind folks, that the definition of employee in the retirement system is not the definition of employee that we all think it is. And I think that that's something too that needs to be reminded, that a fire person, a police person, a corrections person, a teacher, none of them are employees. They are in our minds, but as far as the retirement systems go, that is not what they are. So I think that sometimes we get a little bit caught up in some of the language and we think something's going to do something it's not. And in this case, you've just removed a massive amount of people out of this. And I don't know that that's really the goal here of what the sponsor brought forward.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the sum total of most of the comments here just indicate that there was kind of a misunderstanding of the entire process on the part of the sponsor and the people that he was representing. Lots of unintended consequences could result from this, and I definitely will support ITL. Thank you.
Any other comments? Questions? Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on 1590. The clerk can call the roll.
Can he? Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
No.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
And the chair,
Yes.
15-3.
Do any of you wish to write a minority report? Yeah, I'll write it. Okay, in that case, this will be going on the regular calendar.
Who's writing that?
Santonastaso.
So what was the vote?
15-3.
Madam Chair, I have a motion on a wonderful bill. I'm over here.
Yes, Representative Grote.
House Bill 1030, which is Representative Edwards' bill about including the two branches of government that were...
I'm sorry, I thought we already voted on that.
Did we vote on that already?
What bill are we talking about?
1030
The, did we do,
practical experience for LNAs?
no.
We
It's
didn't
ju-
vote on it.
It's Representative Edwards' bill on including,
No, I remember it well. I just thought we had
did we,
already.
did we not, did we vote on that already?
No, we
I'm
haven't.
sorry, no, it was too late in the afternoon. Okay.
I vote OTP. Make a motion on OTP for.
I'll second that as the author of 1030.
Would you like to make the motion?
That's
No, it's all you.
okay. Thank you, folks, for catching that, because I left it off my list because I thought we'd already done it. Mea culpa. Representative Grota?
Well, this bill adds 2 branches of government that were inadvertently omitted in the original drafting of the first bill, and it's really sensible and practical move to include these 2 additional branches of government.
Thank you. Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this was passed 2 years ago, signed by the governor and placed into law with a broken promise by the Senate that they would fix the mistake that was made by myself when I drafted it 2 years ago. The other thing, too, it was brought up, and I'll just remind folks, the Space Force was in fact mentioned, but the Space Force does not have medics. They are supplied by the Air Force. The bill also has a little caveat at the end about or others qualifying, and the or others was done to prevent us from having to go in and wiggle this thing around if the military changes a code, because the original language had very specific military code designations, which, as we learned in testimony, has been changed over time. So this would allow us to not have to revisit this every time the military decides to change a code. It gives the equivalency of that. So I think this will continue to help with our substantial shortage in the LNA world, and is kind of a no-brainer in my mind. Thanks.
Anyone else? Representative Blackus?
Yeah, I'd just like to apologize for instigating the whole mention of the Space Force. I sent an email to Reps Pearson and Edwards, and, joking about it because of some of the games of inter-service rivalry. And I will note that my salutation was with tongue firmly in cheek. So, thank you.
Thank you. I like the idea that it's broad enough to cover a code renumbering, because that can happen at any time out of our control. And I will say that probably most military medics are overqualified to be LNAs, so I'd like to, at least this can get them working while they're getting their nursing degrees. Representative Schuett, you had a comment? Representative Schuett? You don't? Okay. Anyone have a comment?
Yeah,
Yes, Representative Sitek.
how do you talk tongue-in-cheek? How do you do that? I can't figure that out.
Briefly, very briefly.
I don't get it.
Anyone else have a comment about the bill? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as those senior members will remember, we have had a number of bills over the years. Representative Baldessaro has brought in bills on a number of occasions with regard to supporting our military personnel who come in either themselves with some expertise in some area or very often a spouse. And so I think we already have a fair indication of support and have taken steps in that direction to help our military people. We're on record and we're working to do this. To the degree this results from an error, well retracted.
All right. Anyone else have a comment? Okay, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1030 by Representative Grota. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes?
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santanastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yeah.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Hargan,
Yes.
and the chair,
Yes.
18-0.
Any objections to consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll put that on consent. Does anyone else have another bill they think is ready for exec? We need an amendment that is not yet available.
Do we have the fellows amendment for 1427? Is that ready?
If it's not ready, it's not ready. We won't. Okay.
I've run out of forms.
Oh, well, in that case, we'll have to stop.
Madam Chair, are we
But-
ready to
What,
pick up
Representative
something
Schuler?
else? Are we ready to take up something else?
If you have something that is ready for an exec,
I believe so. I would move interim study on House Bill 1061. That's the midwifery bill.
the subcommittee has not yet met on that, so I think I'd like to wait until the subcommittee has had a chance to go through it first.
All right, thank you. I had marked it subcommittee question mark, but I hadn't seen scheduling yet.
Yes, it's in Representative Pearson's subcommittee, and he has a lot of changes he needs to make to
All right,
clarify
I will
whose
bring my
responsibility
idea
is
to
what.
the subcommittee.
That, Diana, has been scheduled for,
Yes, the 4th, right?
Yeah.
Friday,
The 4th?
Yeah, that is not an early bill, despite my
Correct.
earlier concept, so there's time to go through it. We can consider interim study in a month or so.
Well, I will just state that my idea of moving interim study is to try and get the OPLC and the board to make their own solution.
That might be a good, if you could manage that, Representative Schuett, I'll be seriously impressed. Representative Syka?
Representative Marsh.
Okay, Representative Marsh.
Madam Chair, are we ready to exec House Bill 1016?
Remind us of which one is 1016.
Relative to licensing of speech-language specialists, I did bring an amendment forward, but I believe that the testimony that we heard was that everybody was in agreement with that amendment, and I would be glad to make a motion if you wish.
I believe, Representative Lekis, that's in your subcommittee? Not that you're aware of. Oh. 1016.
Cheryl, that's your bill. You filed it.
Yeah, I know. But clearly, there's issues with it, and I was. If you needed to see it, I wasn't sure. Yeah, I've seen the amendment. The amendment addresses the issue of not adding new people to the existing title, which would violate the interstate compact. But it also removes the control of the speech-language specialist from the Department of Education, which is a good idea. Representative Pearson?
I just have a question. You, having dealt with and not being a fan of interstate compacts, has this not been vetted through our current interstate compact?
Representative Marsh?
The interstate compact is in effect at this time, if that's your question.
No, I know
No.
it's in effect, but does this doesn't violate the interstate compact?
The bill as drafted would violate the interstate compact. The bill with my amendment would not, and that's
Okay,
one of the
thank you.
purposes behind my amendment.
Okay. All right, anyone else have or Representative Fellows?
I just have a question, maybe you can address this. On the amendment on line 28, which is Department of Education rulemaking, it eliminates the ability to set fees and conduct
Yes.
the background.
It takes the responsibility for speech-language specialists entirely out of the Department of Education and lets the Board of Speech-Language Pathologists and hearing whatever business people license the speech-language specialists, and then the schools are required to hire them.
My understanding of the amendment is it takes licensing of speech-language pathologists out of education.
Speech-language pathologists were
Okay.
never licensed. They had to get more than one license.
So, but in the allied health, there isn't any licensing of speech-language specialists.
The amendment, I believe, adds that. I think we
No.
need to, I think this needs quite a bit of discussion. Do you think we can finish it before, in the next half hour or so? Okay, Representative Lekis.
Yeah, I think the issue is speech-language specialists, that term or profession is basically obsolete. And all of the speech-language people that are hired by the schools are speech-language pathologists. However, the statute requires that they hire speech-language specialists. So what happens is people get licensed as a speech-language pathologist with the appropriate board, and then they have to go to the Department of Education and get licensed as a speech-language specialist, which is basically redundant and meaningless in order to get employed, and this gets rid of that. And Representative Marsh can correct me if I've got that wrong.
You have that essentially correct. There remain 20 older
Yeah.
speech-language specialists under the employee, and they would be allowed to continue to work as long as they are working in the jobs that they are currently
Correct,
working.
yeah, they're grandfathered.
And I will mention that there is in other statutes requirements for the schools to conduct background checks on all employees. So it doesn't need to be given in this bill. Yes, Representative Bell.
So I'm just looking at it from the technical point of view of that paragraph that includes line 28, 29, and 30. If you cross it out of there, then they can't set fees. So they can't set the renewal fee.
They can't set the fee because they are no longer doing the licensing. Right now, there's a certification for the speech-language specialists that they are required to pay a fee to the Department of Education.
My understanding is that they still have 20 of them in their database that are qualified because they were licensed in the past and they keep renewing that license.
Representative Lekis, actually Representative Marsh first, I think.
Yes, that is addressed by lines 13 through 19 of the amendment, where that duty is passed to OPLC and would no longer rest with the Department of Education.
You don't think so?
No, maybe it's because I'm talking about such a minute thing here. But if we take it out of that particular paragraph, then they can't have fees. They can't do the renewal
Representative
fee.
Lekis has an answer for you.
I hope so. As Representative March mentioned, you start at line 13. It says, notwithstanding paragraph A, any person practicing speech-language pathology as a speech-language specialist certified by the Department of Education prior to July 1, 2022, shall be eligible to continue practicing as a speech-language specialist so long as such person practices continuously after July 1, 2022 in a public school system or some other schools. And such person shall not be eligible to participate in the audiology and speech language. So what it basically says is if they were a speech-language pathologist as of July 1, 2022, they can keep practicing. They don't need to renew. They're all set.
That's as a specialist.
As a
that's correct.
specialist.
And yes, it does delete the fee authority for the Department of Education, but I think they can get by without it.
I'll go along with that.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Anytime we phase something out, it's, important to recognize those that are grandfathered in their current role, and I think that this absolutely accomplishes that and protects that. The other thing too is, this is another bizarre situation in statute where we had two different entities requiring fees and licenses that we really should have never done. So, the one-stop shopping concept here, I think, is the way to go. And based on what Mr. Appleby from the Department of Education said, he didn't seem to be concerned with this, at least the fee part of it, in any way. So I think that we're just going to transition this into disappearing when these 20 folks are finished.
I'm okay. It's such a minor point, it's not even worth redoing an amendment for, so, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fellows. And as long as the department doesn't need the money, and it seems like they don't, I'm okay with not charging a fee to those few people. All right, any other comments, questions? Okay,
Who seconded Representative Marsh's amendment?
good. Who seconded the motion on the amendment?
I don't believe we made a motion. I asked you if we could do this bill.
Okay, in
I'll be
that
glad to
case,
make a motion if you would like me to do
Please do
so.
so, Representative Marsh.
In that case, I move on House Bill 1016 that we adopt Amendment 0091H.
And, okay, the motion made by Representative Marsh, seconded by Representative Lekis. Is there anyone else who wishes to discuss the amendment?
I will just say that this does three things. It preserves the jobs of the speech language specialists. It preserves the title of the speech language pathologist and allows continued participation in the interstate compact. And we will continue to allow the people to work in the schools as they are right now. So I think it accomplishes all the goals that we wanted to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lekis?
That covered it.
Anyone else have a comment, question? Representative Judy?
Yes, thank you. When I see the fee for an initial registration under this section shall not exceed $300, I feel that that $300 is too expensive.
Give us the line reference.
No.
We're on the amendment, not the bill itself.
Oh, okay.
The whole bill was replaced by the amendment.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Copies of it floating around after the hearing, but I can't find mine, so.
Are they on the table, Representative Marsh?
I had some in my folder. I just passed out all but my last one. So
Thank you. I've got one, I have one somewhere. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I've got one too, but I left the bill behind.
Oh, OLS may have some.
Yes, we can get copies of this, no problem. Okay, and there are no fees in the bill as amended. So. Okay, any further discussion on Amendment 0091H? Okay, seeing none, the motion is to adopt the amendment made by Representative Marsh. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pierce.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Mr. Clerk, your microphone. Yes.
Representative Goley. Did you say yes?
Representative Schuett votes yes. I didn't hear my name.
Yes,
Representative Schuett?
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Grote,
Yes.
Representative Horrigan,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
18, same 18-0.
Okay, Representative Marsh, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1016 ought to pass as amended.
It's with amendment in this committee. It hasn't been amended yet.
I'm sorry. I thought we just passed the amendment, but
We did.
ought to pass with amendment. I'm going to
Thank
learn your
you.
language.
I appreciate that. Is there a second? Representative Leckett seconds. Is there? Representative Marsh, do you need to speak anymore? on
I
the
think
bill?
I've said all I need to say.
Representative Leckett? Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the bill? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1016, made by Representative Marsh, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Aye.
Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Grote,
Yes.
Representative Horrigan,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes,
18-0.
okay, the motion passes 18 to
Consent.
0. Does anyone object to consent? Seeing none, we'll put that one on consent. All right, I think that's about all we can handle for today. I'd like all of the blurbs by Wednesday. We're meeting tomorrow, but I'd like to have them on Wednesday. And that's, let's see, Representative Schuett, myself, Representative Yakubovich, Representative Pearson twice. Representative Grote and Marsh all owe a committee report. And Representative Santonastaso, you've got a minority report.
Madam Chair, question?
Yes?
Do you wish to have your blurbs in a physical copy or an electronic copy?
I'd rather you just emailed it to me. It's easier for me to handle.
That's easier for me too, thank you.
Okay. All right then, thank you all. I'm going to close the executive session, quite productive. We are resuming at 1:15 PM on CACR 30.
Congratulations. That's, as usual. If I could just have everybody's attention for a second. I was over at my mailbox for the first time in months, and I noticed that this little beauty is in everybody's mailbox. So if you haven't picked yours up, just you're on notice that it's waiting your visit to the State House, the little anteroom, where we have our mailboxes.
Is that our little black book?
The little black book. Yeah. Very useful publication.
Welcome back. In the absence of the sponsor, Representative Bailey, could you introduce this CACR 30? There's some on the table. I wouldn't take any questions if I...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, well, this one's much louder. This is Constitutional Amendment Concurrent Resolution 30 relating to officers of the government. And it provides that the elected positions of Inspector General are created.
Thank you very much, Ms. Representative Bailey.
I think that's what's called performing a ministerial function.
Alvin C.
There it is. Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Alvin C. I live in Loudon. I'm speaking for myself, and I'm slightly opposed to this bill. Not greatly, but anyway, currently the Attorney General does the inspections, or Attorney General elected by the legislature, same as just the legislature. And I think that would take care of the things. One of the concerns I have with this bill is if there was election fraud that got the some of the, these inspectors generals elected, would they actually investigate the fraud that might have elected somebody else if it hadn't been there? Thank you for that, and I'll answer any questions if I can.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Fellows?
Yes, I'm just wondering if you remember what the other bill is, or did another committee already hear it, or not yet?
The bill was heard. I'm sorry, I do not remember the number. It was last week that, I think it was last week or the week before. But it's already been heard, and it may have been legislation administration, but I'm not sure. It may have been CACR 60 or something around that number range, but I'm sorry I don't have that number in front of me. I didn't think about that at the time I was coming in here today.
Anyone else? Representative Sytek?
Mr. C, I don't recall an episode of voter fraud in New Hampshire. I don't recall any instance of voter fraud in New Hampshire. Do you have anything in mind? Did anything prompt this?
I don't know what prompted this particular bill. There have always been suggestions that there have been some amount of fraud, and it also depends on what you consider to be fraud. One of the things that I think is wrong, but it's not fraud, is to allow people without a state driver's license to vote in New Hampshire. That driver's license shows that they're domiciled somewhere else and shouldn't be voting here, but that's in the statutes.
Representative Sytek, you may not have noticed, but the Attorney General has in fact prosecuted several people over the last few years for voting in more than one state. Any other questions, comments? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you just spell your last name for me?
It's spelled S-E-E.
S-E-E. Oh,
Yes.
I see.
As I see you.
Thank you very much for testifying. We appreciate having somebody here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on CACR 30? All right. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Didn't he say he slightly opposes the bill?
That's what he said, yes.
I thought he said slightly, but.
Yes, Representative Lekis suggests we go into executive session and moved ITL on CACR 30.
I second.
This is by Representative Lekis?
By Lekis, seconded by Representative Broda. Do you wish to speak to your motion,
Yes, I mean,
Representative Lekis?
I don't want to cut this short if there's an interest and people want to discuss it, and I'd be willing to withdraw the motion if that were the case, but I don't see that there's a need for this, and there's a bunch of potential problems with it. And, you know, the issue around Secretary of State and elections is being dealt with. I think there's a number of bills, actually, election law. And so I don't see any need for this, and I support ITLing it now.
Thank you. Representative Broda?
Thank you. I don't see a need for this legislation.
Representative Allegra?
Well, I could have offered some commentary or an answer to Representative Zytek's question before, but I don't think it was the appropriate time, moment. But since we're in exec session, I would like to address that now. The lack of identifying criminal activity in our elections is precisely what prompted this legislation. And let me just give you one example. And I'll just pull this off the top of my head. In 2016, as everybody in this room knows, or most of us should know, if you register on the day of voting, you're supposed to sign an affidavit, and I think it's within 90 days you're supposed to complete the conditions of the affidavit. In 2016, there were over 11,000 affidavits filled out for registrants on Election Day. Over 8,000 of them never completed their legal duties. And it's exactly that kind of thing that never gets investigated by the Attorney General that prompted this kind of a bill. And there's lots of other examples I can give you too, but I'm not going to belabor it if you're interested. Thank you.
Representative Pearson and then Horgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who's written constitutional amendments and presented them before the House before, I'd just like to point out, because this comes up all the time, on page 2, parts 5 beyond are boilerplate. They're required to be there by statute. Just in case anybody has a curiosity as to why that is written the way it is, all constitutional amendments have this stuck on the bottom of them. That's the first part. The other thing too is, you know, the creation of these positions. In what we're reading here, there's so many more questions and answers as to, you know, how these positions function, who they report to, their pay grade. There's a lot missing here. So, while I understand the concern, I think we've already got an avenue to address those concerns, and clearly by the number of bills that have been filed this year, we're certainly interested in tweaking how the Attorney General's office handles those. So, I think this just muddies things up tremendously in reference to the rest of those pending pieces of legislation.
Representative Horgan and then Gold.
Yep. First of all, to answer the question that Mr. C raised, a driver's license from any state, we belong to a compact with, I think, every other state and every other Canadian province. So one driver's license is interchangeable with another in any of those jurisdictions. So that's why a driver's license is an acceptable proof of identity, and though not necessarily for address. And if your address is changed, then you have to provide more information. There's other ways of proving what your address is. So that's not actually voter fraud. And the part about the driver's license is that's a result of that interstate compact, and also the Attorney General and the Secretary of States are already investigating election fraud, and I think the reason I'm pretty convinced the reason they never find anything is just most of these things are either technical errors like happened in Wyndham, or they're sort of imaginary. So especially, like there's the legendary buses of voters from Massachusetts. Somehow nobody's ever gotten a picture of one. No one's ever infiltrated one. Somehow there's a certain, but somehow that little urban myth comes up every 2 years. And the other thing is the Attorney General's and the Secretary of State's office, they're both, like everything else in New Hampshire government, they're certainly far from overfunded and probably underfunded. And this Inspector General, there's nothing in there about how we would set a salary or what sort of assistance he or she could hire, et cetera, et cetera. And
Actually, Representative Horgan, if you look on line 18 and 19, the rate of compensation shall be set by the general court as a matter of law.
Oh, yeah, during the, okay, you're right.
But no funding.
Yes. But yes, I guess that would be, you're right, that would be provided during the budget process, the same way we set the salaries for just about everybody in state government except for ourselves. And we even actually set our small stipends for being members of the county delegation in statute. Yep. So I guess I take back my comment about that part, but still doesn't seem to be any specific way for them to hire assistant inspectors general and so forth. So thanks.
Thank you. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that was specifically where I was going. Well, you may set the compensation forward. There's nothing there showing the cost of any of the investigations going forward, or what the salary range will be. And if the House so chooses or the Senate so chooses, that could be zeroed out. And where do we go from there at no cost and no money? So that's my concern.
Thank you. Any other comments, Representative Black?
Yeah, I'm not arguing that there's no voter fraud. It's just I don't think this would be the way to fix it. I don't think it would necessarily fix it, and we certainly have the ability, either by who who we choose as Secretary of State, or things that can be put in statute to fix whatever we may believe to be a problem. So I don't think we need this. Thanks.
Anyone else? Yeah, I'd like to mention to Representative Horrigan that showing a driver's license for ID once is just fine. It's when you show the same out-of-state driver's license 5 or 10 years later that there's a question of your actual residence.
Of course, in that case, it normally would have expired by then, so, but, yeah.
Yes, thank you, that's true too. All right, any other comments, Representative Allegro?
Just a quick comment, showing a driver's license is proof of identity, it's not proof of eligibility. Two separate issues, thank you.
Exactly. All right, any other comments, questions? Seeing none, the motion is ITL by Representative Lekes, and the clerk can call the roll.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Who's seconding, please?
Grota.
Oh, okay, all right, thank.
Excuse me, Representative Grote, you had something?
No, I was just answering Representative Jurdi's, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
No one did want to say something? Nope, okay, thank you. I just wanted to check.
Representative Rhodes wants to say something.
No, I don't.
You want to say yes?
Nobody wants to be on record on this.
So you said yes, right?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekes?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes, on the merits of the bill.
Understood. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso?
Yes.
Representative Goley?
Yes.
Representative Schuett? Not here. Yes. Representative Judy?
Oui.
Representative Schmidt?
Yes.
Representative Marsh?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Grota?
Yes.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
And the chair?
Yes.
How about 17-0?
The motion passes 17-0. Does anyone object to consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on consent.
Do you think a constitutional
And we still have a few minutes before our next hearing. Beg your pardon?
should constitutional amendment be on the consent calendar, do you think?
Only for ought to pass.
I mean, on regular calendar.
If you're objecting to consent?
No, I'm not really, I'm asking.
I don't believe, I think. we
Okay,
can move on.
it just seems like that's a weighty matter, but fine.
So we're to be, the motion to pass, it's definitely on the regular calendar, no matter how you do it.
Well, another fly swatted.
Yeah, well, I've seen them on consent.
Okay, I've been asking a lot of thoughtless questions lately, and it's sort of, well, no, the election fraud thing, I've heard that's, you know,
Yeah, now they may not investigate fraud.
Yeah,
Election fraud as vigorously as some people might like, but it's still, they definitely. See?
Yes. What's the next one?
Once you ate it. Being 1:45, I will open the House Committee hearing for House Bill 1288. Committee recognizes Representative Carol McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 29, which is the towns of Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield. And House Bill 1288 started as a catch-up from last year when we added a number of directors in the Department of Administrative Services and made them unclassified. However, due to an oversight, and I'm not sure whose, but probably mine, we didn't give them a term. We just said how they would be appointed and what their duties were. So I noticed this after we'd passed the bill, so I'm coming back to add in a 4-year term for these appointed positions. That's it, just the 4 years. I'm also introducing non-germane amendment 002H, which is a number of other technical changes to how the Department of Administrative Services is organized, which I was working on with Administrative Services when the filing period ended. And so it has to be an amendment. And I believe that if you have questions, Director Arlinghaus would be a better person to ask than me. But I can answer questions on the original bill, but not so much on the amendment.
McGuire. Representative Saitek.
Whose idea was the amendment? If you're, was it the DAS?
It was a request of DAS. I was working with them on it when, as I said, the filing period ended. Okay. That's why it's an amendment. You'll notice it's amendment number 2, so I got in early on that one.
Very terrific. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions.
Madam Chair.
Oh, my apologies.
No, it's okay. Representative, do you have a copy of one of, you have another copy, please, because I don't have any.
I'm sorry, I gave it out a while back.
A while back, okay. Thank you, buddy.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you. So one thing, you started out with a bill that just said how long the terms were going to be, but that's disappeared.
No. This section 1, which is the terms, stays in. This adds more between essentially between lines 5 and 6.
So maybe I misunderstand. On the amendment, it says amend the bill by replacing all after section 1. Oh, after section 1. Oh, okay, sorry.
And it is not exactly germane because it deals with slightly different sections of law, so it has been separately noticed as a non-germane amendment.
Okay.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, of course, commissioners are appointed for a specific term of office. And assistant commissioners, can you speak to us about their position? Because obviously, to the degree that they're, serve at the pleasure of the governor, then that's one possible aspect. To the degree they have a term like commissioners do, they can either be extended or not. Reappointed. So can you speak about that a little bit? Because who are some of these people that are currently in these positions? For example, I know some people like Assistant Commissioner Bouchard, who is now an assistant commissioner, I believe, but he's been with the department for a long time. And
Yes.
to the degree he suddenly is, for a specific appointed term, would he
last year, when we passed the bill, we changed that position and the others from a classified to an unclassified position and directed and determined how they would be appointed.
Right.
We did not put an end date on their service other than they were serving at the pleasure of the commissioner. So this says you're for 4 years unless something funny happens. It just gives a term. There are no limits on reappointment.
Thank you.
Representative Grota?
Thank you. Representative McGuire, are you answering questions about the bill or the amendment or both?
Primarily about the bill. If it's a simple question about the amendment, I might be able to answer it, but I think Director Arlinghaus is going to be there.
Okay,
So he's the better person to answer the details.
okay. And if I understand the bill correctly, all it does is extend, because the commissioner themselves have served a 4-year term, it would make sense that their appointments would also serve for a 4-year term. So this bill doesn't seem to be complicated to me. Is that right?
No, the basic bill is very, very simple.
Okay.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. So in most of the state agencies, are the division directors, do they have a term of 4 years or something different?
I don't know the answer to that, sorry.
Representative Bailey?
Thank you. You had just sort of mentioned that the terms being talked about here and the term of the person appointing them are both 4 years. Do you need something extra to sort of say they run concurrent with the?
The commissioners are appointed by one governor and then go on to serve the next. So it's not at all uncommon for people to be under the appointing authority.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Representative McGuire. Mr. Arlinghaus?
Apparently it is now. I'm Charlie Arlinghaus. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services. We had a bill last year that created 10 additional among senior management positions that were not that were classified and will now be unclassified. The underlying attempt of the bill was to standardize rather than make it haphazard the positions in our agency. I have 7 directors. Most of them over time had become unclassified. One of them hadn't. We had a number of unclassified positions below the level of director, that is, they report to a director. In that bill, we standardized things. So directors, assistant commissioners, deputy commissioners, and the commissioner are appointed for a term. It is for a term of 4 years, as suggested by 21G when we reorganized government in the 80s. Most directors in state government are, but not all, are appointed for a term of 4 years, a specific term of 4 years. If it's vacant, you fill out the unexpired term. If somebody resigns midway, you fill the unexpired term. Almost every assistant commissioner and deputy commissioner in state government, there are 3 exceptions that I'm aware of, are appointed for a term by the governor and council. Specific term, these terms are all outlined in the Red Book. Most of our assistant commissioners, et cetera, we have 1 assistant and 1 deputy. It's just sort of an oddity of history. And directors were appointed for a term. In the drafting of the bill a year ago, in rewriting a paragraph, they accidentally left out these words, each of whom shall serve a term of 4 years. So there are people today who were appointed for a term of 4 years that if they were reappointed tomorrow, actually have 1 holdover, would not be appointed for a term and would theoretically serve indefinitely. which is, good for them, but probably not exactly what we're doing. So it's merely a drafting error. It's quite literally a drafting error that doesn't really affect almost any position. The amendment I would like to talk you through does things that I think are also cleanup, and Representative McGuire was kind enough to sponsor it. Some of them are going to seem silly to you, but important to the people who asked for them. But there are 4 things this does. The first thing is it takes financial data management, which is one of our 7 divisions. It is the division, FDM it's typically called, that manages the state's computer system. That is to say, the state enterprise computer system that does financials, that does budgets, that does payroll, that does HRIS, and it's not a financial management system. When the division was created in the 80s, it was an attempt to say, instead of doing our books by hand on paper, we need to do them on a computer, which was a big deal back in the 80s. Today, people apparently use computers for lots of things. In fact, more things than I use computers for. But so what they do is not financial data management, but that's their name. This doesn't affect anything. It doesn't change what they do, but that group of people is like, well, we're not really financial data management. We manage the enterprise operation. It's really misleading. And I made a promise once that if you come up with a name and we have a cleanup bill, you can call it, as long as it's not obscene, whatever you would like. And they came up with something that wasn't obscene, and it's just enterprise operations management. Most of the text of the amendment finds the places where those words occur and emphasizes them, and then just modernizes the language about what they do. It doesn't really affect anything in particular. There are a couple of other things that we do. When we make changes to the state's classification system, usually through the Division of Personnel, there's language that requires them to consult with the Personnel System Task Force. It occurs in 2 places in statute. There isn't such a thing. There is not a Personnel System Task Force. There was once as a result of collective bargaining almost 20 years ago, I think. And it was created in the CBA, and it expired, and it goes away. So we have to consult them, but they're not a thing. What it really means is that we can't make changes willy-nilly and are meant to consult stakeholders, which is basically, HR, management, unions, et cetera. And so this is a tweak where we just, instead of saying Personnel System Task Force, a stakeholders group overseen by the Director of Personnel, which is, by the way, what we're doing and what a Personnel System Task Force would be. It just makes it clear, and there's not this weird language that's hanging out as an orphan. Would we ordinarily do this as a bill? No, but because we're doing some other quote-unquote cleanup, we're doing significant effect on anything. The thing that does have a significant effect on anything, or is more, I think of as cleanup, but we can talk about, is the Bureau of Education and Training is the employee education portion of the Division of Personnel that exists today. Their job is to do very specific training across state government in modern practices. They do managerial training. They do state supervisory training. They run a certified public manager program that every state has. This is where ours exists, and any other thing that the state enterprise needs, sort of training of employees. In the past, that bureau has been funded, roughly speaking, about 50% general funds and 50% from charges. In the most recent budget, there were a decision to make cuts. And one of the things the state considered at an early phase was just cutting it entirely. Instead, the governor's office decided, and the legislature ended up agreeing with, just eliminating all the general funds from that agency and saying, you got to, quote unquote, eat what you kill. That is to say, everything has to be self-supporting and based on tuition charges. In the past, because of timing issues, there was a $20,000 holdover. You can carry forward $20,000 of funds to pay for your operations, because obviously nobody runs an operation where every month is a standalone. And so when June 30th comes, on July 1st, you have no money. We had general funds, so it didn't matter much. The decision here was to change that number, just to essentially update it to say $100,000. So we collect tuition payments And then we use those tuition payments to fund that operation, to fund the classes, to fund the personnel. And this merely says that you can carry forward at the end of the fiscal year, so that instead of that money lapsing, it's essentially a non-lapsing fund. It's something we do in the budget all the time, right? You create all kinds of non-lapsing funds where the money doesn't go away at the end. And admittedly, you know, we fund state government through a significant lapse at the end of the year, which is not something you see in the private sector, because we're a government, not a business. There are cases where you make the entire fund non-lapsing. What we did here is sort of split the baby, rather than making the entire fund non-lapsing and just saying they're all tuition payments, just use them for tuition and keep going, like maybe the healthcare fund would be. We just cap it at 100,000. So why did we do that and not make it non-lapsing? Because it currently exists as 20, and this seemed like a less revolutionary change, just merely to fund that. Anyway, so that's the amendment. I think of it as cleanup, with that one exception you might want to talk about.
Representative Grota, and then Lickes.
Thank you. Mr. Arlinghaus, currently, if you have more than $20,000 in your revolving fund at the end of the year, where does that money go?
It lapses.
Okay, but it goes back.
It lapses to the general fund, yeah.
Right, okay. Follow up. So underneath, with this amendment, the maximum allowed that would be held in your fund would be 100,000.
Yes.
And excess of that would go back to the general fund?
It would.
Okay, promise, last question. How much money do you generally have left over at the end of the year?
Somewhere between zero, over the last, let's say 6 or 7 years, somewhere between 0 and 40.
$1,000?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Lickes.
Thank you. Taking a look at part 2. Starting line 8, page 1. There's that whole section there where it's talking about what the Director of Enterprise Operations and Management is responsible for. And I look at the existing statute and the amendment, and it looks like it's sort of organized, maybe some rewording, maybe a little expansion. Can you give me your view as to what the general purpose of this section is, the changes?
Statute for the function of directors or divisions tends to be a little bit vague, and there's an argument that people can make that it's meaningless, which I think is an exaggeration, but that what they do is what needs to be done in the general thing that they're doing. So on personnel, when something comes up, we have to administer Feds have a new law, FMLA. We have to administer FMLA. That's a personnel function. They have to do it, whether the law has those words in it or not. Alex Stone is the current head of this division, and he rewrote it to synopsize what they do. If I'm honest, there was an early draft that was about 6 pages. And I said, can we cut this to maybe 200 words and just, hit the high points? And this won't change anything that they do. And I mean, basically what they do today is they manage the state's computer, New Hampshire First, the state enterprise system, in a way that is necessary for the functions of the executive branch. And the other members of the executive branch determine what needs to be done. And when they have problems and when it happens, Liquor is doing a big new computer system at Liquor. And regardless of what we think, we have to help with that because they have to talk to each other. They have to mesh. And I'm never going to write in here, we need to mesh with Liquor if Liquor has a project, or we need to mesh with DRA's new RIMS system if DRA's RIMS has a project. Whatever is in there, it's meant to be a sort of generic high-level description of kind of what they do.
Okay.
And that is involved.
All right, thank you, and thank you for cutting it down from 6 pages.
Yeah, I thought that would be good.
Quick follow-up, if I may. This is on the education fund. How much is being spent overall on training within DS?
Oh, geez, I should know that off the top of my head, and I don't. I'm gonna use the number, big ballpark number, about $500,000 a year. We don't spend, I'm sorry, in the Bureau of Education and Training. There are occasionally departments which run their own. HHS has its own program, which meshes in some areas with ours and is completely separate in some areas. I think they call it OADS. And an agency will have its own program. You know, safety will have some very specific programs to safety. Some of them we're involved in, some of them we're not. Our mandate, broadly writ, is to do employee training that's more generalized. Our biggest signature program, which every
was that?
state has. It's the certified public manager is essentially modern personnel.
I just didn't hear. Thank you.
Oh, that's okay. And then essentials of state supervision, which is basically to take employees who come in. There periodically been mandates that every supervisor take that in the state system, which is to explain basically how things differ here. You know, we're unionized, and if you're coming from a non-unionized place, you have to take that into account. There are restrictions there are different ethics rules. You know, there's a functional, essentially a gift ban here, whereas a lot of people might have, if you didn't come from the state, you might have come from an area where somebody wants to take you out to lunch, that's okay. You work for the state, nobody gets to take you out to lunch ever. And all of those kind of things, and sort of walk through that.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get a feel
Sure.
for the size of it.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Commissioner, as you know, and I have a little bit of knowledge as a member of the Joint Committee on Employee Classification, on which Representative Sytek and I have served now for a decade anyway. He a little bit longer than I. So we have a little bit of our toes in the water, more than some of our committee colleagues do. And I've come to know that the governor has some leeway in order for him and his staff to manage the executive branch. They're not locked in to what everything the statute may say descriptively and so forth. And you've already talked about this a little bit, but maybe you could give us just a little bit more information, because I think you've said several times, and it's important for me to know anyway, that most of what we're doing is adapting language to what is actually being done rather than changing things. We're just calling it something different, or maybe the language is just very outmoded and it's time to get closer to reality. So to the degree that we're just, and as you know, sometimes a statute will say something, such and such a program, such and such a company, such and such an address or whatever. The moment that changes, the statute is wrong and needs to be changed to reflect the reality, or else to take that specificity out entirely. And so how much of what we're talking about today is along the lines of getting closer to what is done, or getting away from being specific when it doesn't serve the purpose of clarity or reflecting what's actually going on? Thank you.
Thank you. There are two purposes of statute. Well, there's statutes on every department, every agency of state government, and they talk about what that agency is for and supposed to do. The language in that statute that requires you to do certain things. You must produce this, you must do this, you must regulate this, you must do rules on that. Those are things that you absolutely unequivocally have to do. You can't not do those things. If it's outlined, if it's prescriptive, you must do all of those things. That does not stop the governor, for example, from assigning tasks to an agency that aren't specifically spelled out. Yeah, I'm sorry, I need someone to do this, it's going to be you. And you end up doing that, presuming that's also allowed by law and legitimate under law. In addition to that, in the great reorganization of state government of the mid-'80s, they created the language which resides in 21G, which is sort of a catch-all statute if you're overly interested in statutes. It's a catch-all statute and includes stuff in the end, and at the end there's stuff about procurement, and there's stuff about how we organize state government. But one of the things it says is that any agency head, think commissioner, depending on the agency, may assign tasks or organize his or her staff the way he or she wants. And that is to say, if you need something done, there's some things that have to be done in certain areas, and there are other things that your agency just has to get them done, and you work with the staff along that level to get it done. In the unclassified workforce, there is because it's a different thing, right? There's a little bit more flexibility in that. It's almost every SJD, the job description for an employee for the classified system, has language in it about other duties as assigned. It's a language that allows some flexibility, but it's designed not to be abused. With the unclassified, I don't want to say unclassifieds are designed to be abused, but they're designed to be more flexible. And the governor has a great deal of authority over them, although, unusually among states that, just because one governor appoints you doesn't mean your term expires at the end. Typically, many, many, many employees cross over those lines, particularly at the more senior levels. Not for lots of years, but for a few.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. I just want to say, in terms of the money for training, that, I totally support what you're doing for that. Just a comment that I think that there's never enough money for training of personnel, and I think that's one of the reasons that we have a lot of turnover and it's hard to fill positions. But moving on from that.
I agree.
So, to get back to the changing the division name, what happens? I know what financial management is, and I'm a little, do you have, the title that exists now for the division is Financial Data Management. Is there another division that is financial management? Because managing the data for finance is different than being an accountant or controller or something like that. Can you talk
So
to that?
it's a good question. The state's financial controls, if you will, are organized in a couple of areas. One is the budget office, which is headed by the Assistant Commissioner, Joe Bouchard, if people want names. And it consists of business supervisors who interact with every agency and manage the GNC process, the legislative fiscal process, the budgeting process, and the compliance and development of all of those functions. So you have a group of people who are business supervisors who interact. That's actually
Is that LBA or is that admin service?
no, that's us.
Okay.
So LBA just manages the legislature asking us questions about whether we're doing our job. I don't mean that quite literally. We obviously have a very strong relationship, and Joe talks to Mike Kane weekly almost, and we talk to them a lot. But the LBA will report to you on whether we're doing a good job or not. But the business of managing the executive branch falls to Joe and his staff. It's actually the oldest area of the department. The department was created as an Office of the Comptroller with 3 business supervisors in it in 1931, when there was a sense on the legislature's part that agencies weren't managing right. So, there wasn't a budget per se, and agencies would spend what they were given, and then 3/4 of the way through the year they'd run out, and they'd come back and go, can we have some more?
Yeah.
And somebody decided that wasn't a great way to run a railroad. And so they changed it. So that's the oldest area of the department. At some point during the first 20 years, it evolved where they took one of the business supervisors, there were more at that point, and made him or her, it was a him at the time, the chief accountant for the state. And that position eventually became called comptroller, and the head of the agency stopped being comptroller, and often not with no accounting background, and became commissioner, which is good because I'm not a CPA. So we have a budget division that manages from a budget standpoint. They're very budget oriented and if you know Joe Bouchard, the state's in very good hands with him. But he's not an accountant either. He's a budget guy, which is different. The state's chief accounting officer is the state's comptroller or controller, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I said that for Representative Sitek. And it's the Division of Accounting Services. They are the accountants. They do pre-audits on funds to make sure you have money to spend. They produce the state's annual financial reports. That is the accounting control function. In theory, financial data management when it was just financial data, was created to support those two units and to provide them administrative backup and to transition to a computer system. We were producing annual financial reports really slow and late, and like wicked late, like a year and a half after the fiscal year ended. And one of the things that people saw at the time is, let's have a computer. I think literally it was the current governor's father who created this division. Over time, though, that evolved because the way corporations, any large enterprise runs, is with a computer system that's typically called an enterprise system. Oracle is big. Ours happens to be run by Infor, and that thing is managed by one division, one group of people, one group of 32 people in this particular case, and that unit happens to be called financial data management. But they don't just do financial data. They do the budget system, which is a separate module. They do the purchasing systems, which are separate modules, the P-card system, which is a separate module. And they do the payroll system, which is, I think, literally the most important thing we do. I'll get fired if we don't get a paycheck out. And I don't want to say anything else is okay, but that's a big thing. And the HR system, through the system of hiring, and et cetera, et cetera. And so it's a giant enterprise, which isn't really financial data. It's an enterprise system. And when you buy the software, so to speak, which tends to cost $30 or $40 million, you're buying an enterprise system. And so that's why they, in the interest of no false advertising, that's why they call it that.
Yeah, are these people that are currently in the Division of Financial Data Management that we want to change the name to, are those IT people?
Yes.
So why don't we call it IT? Like, why don't we call it like Admin Services IT Department?
It's an option, right? There's a department of, there is a department, an IT department in the state, right? DOIT. And I think they didn't want to pick that because DOIT is in charge of just all IT, with this one notable exception. The one area of IT that is not currently in DOIT and under Dennis's grip, so to speak, is this function. And because they don't do all IT, so we have a relationship as a department with DOIT. Sue Luba happens to be our contact, who's wonderful. But we do a lot of IT work. But the big enterprise software package that is the nerve system of the operation of state government is managed by this group of people. And it's not financial, it's the enterprise system. And they believe, as people who work in this field, that that name means something to people interacting with them. They're like, oh, that's what you do.
One more.
Followed by Representative Goley.
So have you given any thought to the fact that while that title makes a lot of sense to the people that are in that division, that for people outside of that, or maybe the public, that something that's called IT might make more sense to them? It seems to me that enterprise operations management is something that could go out of date too. So
I think everything could go out of date.
that's the end of what I'm going to say.
I'd like to say that, 40 years ago when I was working in a large corporation, we had enterprise software and everybody knew what it meant. It's a term of art in large organizations.
See, I didn't even know that, so that's good. I know what you're saying, though, and I hear you.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question today. I'm just going back to the amendment, page 2, when we're changing line 9, changing the recommendations of the Personnel System Task Force to a stakeholders group. Could you tell me, because I'm looking for a definition, what is the Personnel System Task Force?
Well, that's why I'm making the change, because it's not defined. It doesn't exist, and there's no such thing. So this happens to come up because we're looking at we're looking at making changes of the personnel system, the classification system, and we have regular meetings with HR, with various unions, and people around state government, and there's no actual personnel system task force. So we had this internal discussion at one point where somebody said, well, what is it? It's not defined anywhere. What are we supposed to do? We have to consult them, but they're not a thing. So there's one argument that says, well, then if they're not a thing, then you don't really have to consult them, because you can't consult something that doesn't exist. On the other hand, we tried to, I spent some time with, the written RSAs, and they have language change, and they have the sort of amendment history at the bottom, to try to figure out where did the language come from and what did it mean. It dates back almost certainly to a collective bargaining agreement in, I believe, 2007. Don't hold me to the date, where they created a system to write a report and make a recommendation. They didn't do anything, but it was just for the purposes of that report. Occasionally, stuff gets stuck into law as an orphan, and doesn't exist, and so we thought, clean up the orphan. So we considered two options here. One was just to actually delete the language, so that it's not something we have to do. On the other hand, you can't really make changes to something complicated, and particularly, the state personnel system. You just can't, without doing a lot of consultation. So we thought, well, what exactly are we doing when we do consultation? Well, we consult stakeholders. We consult people who have a say, and that's management, and that's unions, and that's employees, and that's HR, and that's who you talk to. And so we thought, why don't we just write it down that way? And so we wrote it down that way.
A follow-up?
Recognize for follow-up.
And that's my next question is, because that's still very vague, just saying a stakeholders group. There's nobody listed as to what group of stakeholders, or if there's numerous groups that are involved, that they are all participating, or one or two groups out of the four are participating. It's very vague in that wording as well. And that's just my concern going there as well.
No, it's a really good point. The question is, how do you get specific and yet allow some flexibility? As you make changes to any piece of the system, you're going to make changes to, not everybody's going to be involved in everything, right? Like if you're making changes to things that only impact, let's just say, troopers or the Department of Safety. There's some unions you will consult and others you won't. So, do we consult with, as the state has a proliferation of unions, I think we're up to, don't hold me to this, I think 13 at this point. In terms of the negotiating, well, we're not going to consult all 13 on everything we do. I mean, typically the SEA is almost always involved because their reach is broader. And so you might not consult, troopers on things that don't affect troopers, or you would only consult troopers on things that only affect troopers. And, do you need a cross-section of HR to address, this issue, or do you not? And so the idea is to, no change is going to be made that isn't going to go to the legislature and isn't going to go to, the governor or policymakers as opposed to the administrators. And they can address whether we've encompassed stakeholders or not. But if I'm honest, we couldn't think of a good definition of stakeholder. Stakeholder implies that you need to be able to make a straight-face argument that you have consulted with the people who have a stake in this, and you can't leave anyone out. To be overly prescriptive just leads you down weird paths. Thank you.
Representative Pearson?
I'm going to bounce off what Representative Goley said in the sense of who determines who the stakeholders are under this.
Theoretically, based on the language, it would be the Director of Personnel. I mean, the language says a stakeholder group overseen by the Director of Personnel. The reason for that language is actually to say that it is she who would convene them. Lori Rudis is our current Director of Personnel. It's she who would convene them. It's she who would organize the meeting, would in theory run the meeting, because somebody has to run the meeting, and she would decide who's in it.
Other Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Commissioner, on line 16, it's a reference to 541A. It's line 11. shall not be considered a rule subject to 541A. Is that a change?
That's not a change. That's currently in the statute. I'm trying to find it on I have the wrong version, but.
No, I'll accept your word on it.
Yeah.
It's just that I know Representative McGuire and I are on Representative Hewitt are on GELCAR, and there are some things that are exempt to 541A because you have to be more flexible than 541A, which is pretty time-consuming, and so if it's not a change, that's not a problem.
No, my understanding is the classification system itself has been exempt from rules going back to, Governor Murphy.
Well, that's fine.
Are there any more questions for the commissioner? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Are there any other members from the public that wish to testify for House Bill 1288? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Representative Jeff Goley, representing Hillsborough, District 8, Manchester's Ward 1, here today to introduce House Bill 1294, an act requiring the Commission of Demographic Trends to consider data on race and ethnicity for the purpose of increasing racial and ethnic diversity in New Hampshire. With that being said, I will take no questions, and I will take my seat after I fill out a pink card.
Thank you, Representative Goley. I call Roy Schweiker.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Roy Schweiker from Concord. I oppose this bill. I think that anyone would know that right now the people that are moving into New Hampshire are more diverse on average than the people that already live here. don't see any problem with that. I think whoever wants to live in New Hampshire should be equally entitled to. And that's why I'm opposed to this bill. I think that if the Ku Klux Klan showed up and said we should encourage more white people to move to New Hampshire because, we're becoming more diverse, I would say that would be racist. It should not be allowed. It should not be in the law. And I'm going to say the equal thing about this bill, saying we should have a requirement that the state become more diverse. That should not be a state policy. That's equally racist. So that's why I'm opposed to this bill. While I'm here, I would like to say a couple of things. One thing is, right now, I think if you ask the state demographer, the only group that is moving out of New Hampshire faster than they're moving in are the elderly. And so if the state demographer is supposed to try and figure out what's happening, maybe we should figure out why the elderly are moving out faster than they're moving in, even though the college-educated young people who we're always griping about, in fact, moving in faster than they leave. And the second thing is that right now the statute says that we should plan for growth of New Hampshire. I don't know how many of you people are, believers in climate change or big on climate change, but I think that it's thought that over time the world's population should stabilize, and therefore any policy that demands continued growth is contrary to the goals of dealing with climate change. I think that we've discovered that the people that live here, in effect, are not growing but shrinking, and therefore we should try and have a state policy that allows the state to thrive without continued growth, because we do not ultimately want the state of New Hampshire to all look like downtown Tokyo. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Groda.
Thank you. Mr. Schweiker, one of the issues that New Hampshire is dealing with is the need for younger people to come to New Hampshire, because we are actually an older state, to fill the positions that are available for our employers. And I'm wondering how you would feel if we amended the bill to look at it from a standpoint of younger people moving to New Hampshire rather than, or the extension of younger people in New Hampshire rather than the diversity factor.
I would be equally opposed to that. I think that once again, there's a group of people that is advocating we need more younger people in the state. I think that's equally as bad as saying we need more white people in the state. I think that if you want to say we need more workers in the state, that may or may not be true, because some jobs are getting automated at the same time that we're needing more being done. I volunteer with a group that helps people who are unemployed find jobs. Nearly everybody in this group is in their 50s, because right now we have very severe age discrimination in this state in terms of hiring older people. I mean, I know a woman who has been patronizing restaurants for years. She came upon some hard times. She's trying to find a job as a restaurant hostess. She cannot get an interview for a restaurant hostess, presumably because of her age, because one might think she had the right appearance and decorum to be a hostess in these restaurants she patronizes. So I think that once again, saying we need more young people to fill the jobs, we need to look at what are the barriers, why are not older people being hired for these jobs and having to leave the state? Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what is the current status of this so-called state demographer? This committee has gone back and forth over the years with several bills with regard to demographer, which I think if we don't have one currently, we desperately need one, because every time I've heard a presentation by people like Peter Francis, who was one of the very noted demographers in New Hampshire, who's now semi-retired, I believe, it indicates we don't have a very good handle on the demographic trends and so forth that are important to understand. I heard you say you don't like the idea of studying with regard to having a target population. I think I agree with you on that. But where are we with regard to a state demographer at the moment?
Well, I guess I'm not really qualified to answer that question. My understanding is that Mr. Johnson, who does this sort of work, but I don't know if he has an official position or not. And once again, like you, I don't think that studies are necessarily bad, but I think that having the state come forward and say we need more young people or we need more diverse people, that's a mistake. We should study, like you say, what the trends are, and that's what's important rather than the state legislature deciding in advance who we need to live in the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? No. Thank you for your testimony. We very much appreciate it. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to testify on House Bill 1294? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And moving into executive session, Representative Rhodes has a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to make a motion to ITL House Bill 1294.
Okay. Motion is ITL, met by Representative Rhodes, seconded by Representative Fellows. Do you care to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I find that there are several concerns that I have with this bill. One, to start with, be how exactly are we to collect this data? Who and what would establish what the net migration goal would be? And I just disagree with the bill. Thank you very much.
Representative Fellows, do you wish to speak to your second?
Yes, my understanding is that the state does not have a demographer, that there was, the position was created maybe 3 years ago and it's never been filled. And I think demographic data is really important. I haven't read this entire statute, so I don't know what else the commission is supposed to be doing. But I think that, this understanding who we are in the state, understanding where different population groups exist in the state, and trends of migration from North Country and South Country, I think those are all really important things to study. But just picking out the racial and ethnic identity, I don't think contributes to the study. Without these words in here, there's nothing to prevent them from looking at that. And the other thing, my experience with data is trying to identify who is in different racial groups and ethnic groups is a very difficult task and becoming increasingly more difficult. So that's all I have to say.
Yes, thank you. I'd also like to mention that I was looking to see what's in the statute, and all of RSA 4-C has been repealed. So there is no such commission to amend. It may have been moved. Representative Horrigan.
Well, that was what I was going to say, and it was repealed just last year, but it does seem like something went a bit awry in the drafting process if they failed to.
Well, it was the Office of Strategic Initiative, which was moved, so possibly the demographic office is somewhere else, but I don't know where.
Yeah, but can I follow up? Yeah, as you correctly said, the whole RSA has been wiped off of the book. There's nothing but a little stub saying it's been deleted, so that's a pretty major technical problem. How it happened, I'm not sure, although perhaps the effective date of the provision, which seems to be in the budget trailer bill, but I'm not sure. Perhaps the effective date was after the filing window.
It was part of the consolidation of the Department of Energy, so it was an HB2, but I don't know where they would have put this commission.
Yeah, it's possible that sounds like Representative Gallagher may have come in during the filing period window during which he submitted his LSR may have happened before it got officially got wiped off the books, but that does seem like a rather strange mishap for his LSR, you think?
Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Judy.
Yes, it is It is clearly, even they talk about demographic, but it's clearly a racist bill. Clearly. So no question about it. To check how many, to consider racial, ethnic here in New Hampshire, I think is a racist bill, and we don't need that in New Hampshire. Enough is enough. When I see those bills, I feel it in my heart. I don't have a place here in New Hampshire. I don't want to talk more about it, but it's really hurtful. It's really hurtful for me when I see those bills, because we can do more than that here in New Hampshire, than those stupid bills. Because race, we fought for race so many times. I don't see the reason why to bring a bill like that here in New Hampshire. So again, those bills make me feel I don't belong here. Even I am an American citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Bailey?
Thank you, Madam. Disquieting as that is, just the notion that the state government would have a migration goal as to how many people should or should not move into here, or
Shocking. I thought
that's
that was just a free
unsettling
state
in
thought.
itself. Never mind the racial and ethnic makeup of it.
Yes, it is,
It's like
actually. We'll
you
have to
don't
find
get.
out.
We don't get to have a goal as a state government for how many people live here, or
We should certainly look up to where that commission went and find out what its goals are, 'cause it sounds kind of
thank you.
object. Representative Pearson?
Thank you. To bounce off that, historically, looking back in the last 60 years, any attempt to artificially do any of this stuff has always ended in disaster. So the state of New Hampshire should just develop as it has naturally as a free state of people that can come and go as they choose. And when you start trying to force things, as we've seen historically, it just does not work. So and I think that this attempt here completely ignores the past 60 years of these attempts.
Yes, Representative Schmidt? Oh, Representative Allegro.
Thank you. When I first looked at this bill, I thought I must be misunderstanding something. But I hear the comments from the rest of the committee members who I'm in total agreement with, and I just find a need to go on the record to say that choosing the people who you feel are most desirable to move into the state is an abhorrent practice, and I can't support this bill. Thank you.
Why are we shooting this corpse?
Good question. I think the state should just continue to make itself attractive. All right, Representative Broda.
If you'd like, Madam Chair, I can contact Ken Gallagher at the Office of Strategic Initiatives, because he is involved. He is the director, I believe, of the State Data Center that collects all this information, and they seem to collect it from different parts of the state, such as the planning commissions in different counties. So if you'd like, I can ask that question to him, and I'll report to the committee.
Thank you, that would be very helpful. We would like to know where that commission went.
Will do.
Okay, any other comments? Representative Marsh?
Madam Chair, I looked it up, and the RSA 4C was repealed by Section 189 of the budget.
Yep. Okay. Anyone else? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I share the sentiments that have been expressed up to this point. I think that our job is to make this the best state we can. People will come or go based on lots of different reasons, but we should not be trying to steer that phenomenon. We should just be the state we are and try to help our our people be as well educated and well prepared to be citizens as we can. And that's the story of America. So let's stick with what we really should be about and not trying to change it around.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Judy?
Yes, I don't think we can ignore our motto here in New Hampshire, live free or die. And that's the same way where I come from in Haiti, live free or die mean in French, vivre libre ou de mourir. I choose to live free. I choose to die for my freedom.
Thank you very much for that information. Other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, Representative Zitek,
If somebody's going by the witness table, turn off their microphone.
all right, thank you anyway. All right, so any other comments, questions? Seeing none, the motion is ITL on House Bill 1294, and the clerk call the roll.
Representative Rose.
Yes.
Yes, swell. Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
For this bill is yes, not we, is yes.
Okay. Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Hargan.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
Sounds like 18-0. 17-0. We got 2 out. Sorry.
Okay,
Madam
the
Chair.
motion passes 17-0.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I thank you very much, all of you here, to vote yes for ITL, because I am a human being like everybody else here in New Hampshire. Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Fair enough, and absolutely. Is there any objection to consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on consent. And we have a few minutes before our next hearing at 3 o'clock. Sally, did you get your amendment?
When I get questions on race, I usually fill it out other and put in human.
Fair enough. There are so many people are mixed. I mean, the first generation.
Sure. Right. Well, Americans are generally nuts, as they say, right? We're all made up of some various groups of folks that have come from somewhere. So, yeah, I just think that's some sort of a feel-good thing that
Doesn't make many of us feel good. No. I think I have time.
I'm gonna go see if they printed it yet. They did it, so I'm gonna go.
Thank you.
It's not my testimony, but it's backlot.
Okay. Fine.
Sufficient copies for you, Mrs. Webb.
That is very sweet of you. We appreciate having good hobbies.
I'll count over here. How many do we know over? Actually, more. Okay, I'll take my 2. Have a nice walk. Thank you.
They might request a little more in depth, but sure. Okay.
started at it 8 years ago and never finished. And I'll say a couple things, but I'm not here to try to answer the question of what are we going to discuss.
All right, good afternoon. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1314, and I call Representative Graham, the sponsor.
Whoa. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, for the record, I'm Representative John Graham, Hillsborough District 7, which is the town of Bedford. You have before you a very simple bill to study the way that the New Hampshire State Veterans home is managed. This is not the first time that we've looked at this. 8 years ago, we took a quick look at it. I've given you the report of that study committee. But what I'd like to really focus on is that we need to look at how, in the 21st century, our home for our most vulnerable veterans is managed. The Board of Managers is specified in law who it is. 3 of them are on it because they win an election, whether it's the American Legion, VFW, Disabled American Veterans. And in all honesty, I served on it for a year as the head of the state American Legion. The others are, most of them are nominated by their service organization, like the American Legion or the VFW can nominate somebody that does have to be confirmed by governor and council. There is no requirement that there be any kind of medical background, nursing home background, long-term care knowledge of any of these people in the statute. Now, I know that one of the members of the board right now is a retired nurse, but that's hit or miss. It's not a requirement. And when we look at what happened to the state to the south of us and what unfortunately happened in many of the nursing homes around our state, I think that it is time that we look at, if we don't do away with the Board of Managers, at least what some of the qualifications for some of the members that are confirmed by governor and council should be. At least some of them should have some kind of background. I'll be honest, when I served on it for 1 year, the first few meetings, I'm trying to figure out what all the reports that were given to us about infection rates and everything else were. I'm a history major, so it was kind of hard. So I think that needs to be a hard look. The committee may elect to leave it that way. I know a lot of veterans will say, oh, it's running well. But does that preclude us from looking at what is best? This is a quasi-state agency. All of the people from the commandant on down are state employees. We fund this, the home with state and federal funds through the VA. So I think it's time to look at it. And I think there is also going to be a need longer term, and this was something that the last study committee also pointed out, that perhaps there should be a legislative oversight committee on the home if you leave it as a standalone agency. I'm not going to try to answer any questions on what I think the study should find, but I will try to answer questions about why I brought it forward at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lekes?
Thank you. I guess the question is, are you asking for this because you see structural problems with how it's run, or because you believe there are particular problems there?
I think it's, for me, it's more systemic and structural than the other. Like when I mentioned that no requirement for any kind of expertise in running the place. Right now, they just went through, the Board of Managers hires and fires the commandant, the head of the New Hampshire Veterans Home. Doesn't go to Governor and Council, it's there in their hands. They just went through the process of hiring the current commandant's replacement. There is some requirements for that, but I think that it would be better served if we treated it, and now I am getting into why I brought it forward, if we looked at it more as a state agency and not as a bailiwick for the veteran service organizations.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Goley and then Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Graham, for being here and taking questions. I look at this 2014 report, and I look at the bill you're bringing before us. And on line 15 of your bill, should New Hampshire Veterans Home be certified by the Department of Health and Human Services? And I look at the report, and it says, an interim study researched the pros and cons of certification through the Department of Health and Human Services. Was that done after this report was written?
To the best of my knowledge, no. It may have been, but I have no personal knowledge of whether that was done or not. And there is another problem that if we leave it as a state agency, whether another state agency can oversee that. You all understand that better than I do.
Follow up? And then one last question. I see you have recommendations about an oversight committee. And I see in the report, item number 13 is that an oversight committee be established to oversee the New Hampshire Veterans Home.
Correct.
So that hasn't been done?
That has not been done. That would take legislation to do that, and I have not seen that since I came back in 16.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Graham, as you're well aware, with your tenure here at this legislature, we have over 200 committees and commissions. Is there an existing committee or commission that this could be assigned to rather than creating a new one?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no. There is a State Veterans Advisory committee that meets, but it does not have the same powers that a legislative study commission, or committee, excuse me, not commission, committee would have to take testimony and bring forth legislation in the following term.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one more quick question going on that note, as we know how many study committees the legislature does entail. We have a report in front of us with recommendations that was done back in 2014. What's to say that this committee does the same thing, files a report with these same recommendations, and we're at the same point 5 years from now?
You have no guarantee on anything that happens from one legislature to the next. Personally, I think that the ball was dropped in 15 and 16 based on the people who were on that study committee, that they did not bring forward legislation to try to do any of the recommendations. But I can't guarantee that any of us will be here in 2023 to follow up, even if this committee had all kinds of recommendations.
Any others? I have a question, Representative Graham. Since there was a study committee, 6 years ago, why don't we just dust off those recommendations and issue the same report?
You can do that if you want, Madam Chair, but I still think that the first thing that I'm asking that be looked at, the powers and duties of the Board of Managers still needs to be looked at. The rest, they may just go with what was there before. And in all honesty, if I was going to, don't ask me to chair it, but if I was to chair the study, I probably would do that and try to get the background that was done at that point on things like the Legislative Oversight Committee.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking back at the work done in 2014, item or number 12 here on the recommendation list pretty much paved a road here. Says that all proposed legislation relative to this be assigned to State Federal Relations and Veteran Affairs Committee. So they,
Well, you know, you'll have to take that up with the speaker.
All right, any other questions for Representative Graham? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee.
And I call Kevin Grady. So far, this is the first committee.
Is it going to another committee after?
I don't believe so, but I'll check.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I'm a 25-year Air Force veteran, 23-year veteran of the town of Hooksett. Today I'm here representing the State Veterans Advisory Committee. For those of you unfamiliar with what we do, we are chartered by state RSA to come and tell you what the veterans of New Hampshire think about bills and to provide services in other areas. And we're kind of an information conduit. A veteran has a problem, somebody in our group knows how to solve it, essentially. One of the things that we do is we review all the legislation that's going to come forward, and then we take a position on those issues that have what we think is a veteran impact. And to be honest, we can either support, oppose, or elect to follow a bill where I would just sit like a fly on the wall and report back to our committee what was said. I was a little surprised on this one because I thought we would probably follow it, but I have to tell you that our members were across the board pretty well opposed to this legislation. Their thought process is that the Board of Managers, as it's currently constructed, reflects sort of the original view of the place when it was called the Soldiers' Home way back in the day, in that veterans should be the large majority of the folks. And Representative Graham's point about having some expertise on the Board of Managers dealing with nursing homes and those kinds of things is well taken. And I think, you know, I know enough people on that board and that we can certainly make that recommendation to them as members get out and move on, that they look for that specific type of expertise. But we're a little unsure as to why we would want to institute either another layer of bureaucracy where along the line of everything that's being done, there's also now a legislative committee that's also going to have to be dealt with in terms of the structure and the decisions that are made on a real-time basis at our home. We don't think that that's going to, those of you with a business background can probably count on one hand the number of times you've said, you know, if I just put another layer of bureaucracy in my business, things will run so much smoother. So the truth is, we think that the way things are currently organized are doing well. The group is, the home is inspected annually by the VA. I'll tell you that, you know, VA government type inspections are a big deal. They look at everything that you do from soup to nuts in your budget and everything else. They coordinate with the Department of Public Health under DHHS already. They coordinate with the Center for Disease Control. Every one of the practices that's in place at our Veterans Home is in keeping with the best practices of our nursing homes across the state already. The Commandant, who is sitting behind me on my right, Commandant Lebrecht, does in fact coordinate with other nursing homes and works to get best practices in our Veterans Home all the time. Infection control, those kinds of things, those kind of procedures. And having the VA as someone who not only provides funding but helps us in situations like we got into last year where we had several staff members that contracted COVID and they needed some additional staffing, and the VA was able to provide that staffing, and those folks came in and it was transparent to the residents of the home. The decisions and the rules that are made up there have to go through the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules here at the state already. The legislative budget folks audit the books at the Veterans Home periodically like they do other agencies that are already in the rack and stack in terms of oversight. So I want to kind of leave you with this thought. It's always been my thought that if it isn't broke, then don't fix it. And I know this other study was done and not a lot of the recommendations were carried through on, and I'm not sure what has changed between now and then. I know we've had a pandemic that was hard on all of the nursing homes in the state, but I want you to take this statistic with you when you leave here because I found it really encouraging. From January the 1st of 2021 till December the 31st of 2021, the entire calendar year 2021, not a single resident at the New Hampshire Veterans Home tested positive for COVID-19. Not a single one. So when you look at that kind of level of competence and excellence, I'm not sure that adding, more oversight or looking at this, I'm not sure what the problem is that we're necessarily trying to solve here. Like I said, Commandant Lebrecq is here. If you have specific questions on how their operation works, she certainly is the best person to address those two. But if there's any other questions as to how the committee thinks about this, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? I have one simple question. Does the Board of Managers still have a World War I veteran specified?
A World War I? I would think not. That person would have to be about 122 years old.
Yeah, that was one of the recommendations from the previous study.
I know that presently there are two at the convenience of the governor or at the pleasure of the governor slots. One of them is currently vacant, and usually those are residents of the actual home.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Gross.
Thank you. Could you please, did you happen to read the 2014 report, and can you comment on that, please?
I have not read the 2014 report, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Representative Fellows?
Yes, thank you. Can you just tell me again, what is the group that you're representing?
I'm representing the State Veterans Advisory Committee. We're chartered by State RSA. There are 20 member organizations in that group, and those should be familiar to you. There are things like the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the American Legion, representatives from all the services. I personally represent the Air Force Association on that board, but we also have the Navy League, the Marine Corps League, the Military Order of the Purple Heart. We have a couple of motorcycle organizations that are on there, like Rolling Thunder and groups like that as well. We have a Korean War veterans group that's on there.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Saitek.
Mr. Grady, I'm not particularly pushing this bill. I don't know how I feel about it, but I'm impressed by how high your back is up on this. If your thing's doing so well, you should be proud, pleased to have the committee come back and say a pat on the back. What I'm thinking is, you're a quasi-state agency, and while this isn't exactly the same, we do have LBA audits of all state agencies. Whether they're operating well or not, people come in and look them over with fresh eyes. And I'm thinking this is, in some sense, roughly equivalent. What are you concerned about? I mean, so there's a committee looking at the operation. There may be some good ideas coming out of it, maybe not, but we'll listen. It just seems that I've stepped on your toe, and it sounds like you need surgery, is what it sounds like.
Sir, I'm sorry if I came across that way, and I will tell you that when I come and speak to the committees here, I'm trying to convey to you the discussion that we had in January in our group, and that these are the kind of points that were raised by our members when they discussed this issue and came to their conclusion in terms of there's always an opportunity for good ideas. The people who are on the Board of Managers are published on their website. It's easy enough to get a hold of those folks and make suggestions. And again, there's not a lot we can do if you want to put together a committee. You're obviously the legislature, and you can do that if you want to.
Mr. Grady, I'm going to apologize. I came a little strong. You did a good job of representing your constituents. It's just, I still wonder why they're so concerned. But I appreciate your job, and I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I'm just, I don't take offense with your question, but I did need you to understand that our members do feel fairly strongly about this issue, in that we feel that there is already adequate supervision. Now, if there's a way that we get state supervision in addition to what we have now, and periodically, because we are a state quasi-state organization, then so be it for that. But for those of us who have been involved with the military and have had military inspections, and the VA is just like any other military inspection when you're in a combat unit, you work really hard and you hope that your results show that you're doing the right things and that you're showing the best practices, and that's what's been the case at our inspections.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any other person who would wish to testify on House Bill 1314?
I would like to make sure that he leaves with a copy of this.
Yes.
Report from
They're at the table.
Okay.
Yes. Any other public testimony? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Thank you for coming.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just commend the Veterans Home for navigating through 2021 with no cases of COVID. That would almost seem impossible, frankly, and the fact that that did occur is, I think, a glowing testament to your operations.